Sakaruna Gana Ganatvam
Samsara Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Maharaj Divine Grace Srila Bhaktivedanta Maharaj Prabhupada ki Anant Sut Vaishnava Vinnati Namaskar Srila Haridas Thakur ki Demse Ho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Sri Gadadhar Sri Vasudeva Gaur Bhaktivedanta Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shantam Radhakam Giri Govardhan ki jai Srimadur Vrindavan ki jai Vinavrit Mai Buddha ki jai Tulsi Devi ki jai Bhakti Devi ki jai Ganga Mai ki jai Yamuna Mai ki jai Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai Transcendental Book Distribution ki jai Gaura Premanandi All glories to the Assembly All glories to the Assembly All glories to the Assembly All glories to Shri Guru and Gaura
Krishna. So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, we would like to give a warm welcome to everyone assembled here for today's morning program. Today is 5th of April 2022. And this morning, Srimad Bhagavatam class, which is one of the classes leading up to Ramanavami, and how to emulate the qualities of Lord Ramachandra, will be given by His Grace Nilamadav Prabhu. And in the evening, the Bhagavad Gita class is going to be given by Bhagadatta Prabhu. Also, we have a 1-month trial of changing the timings of the Bhagavad Gita classes. So from today onwards, the class will be from 6 p.m. rather than the usual previous time. Continuing reading from Srila Prabhupada Shikshamrita. This is on the topic of spiritual master connection before initiation. Srila Prabhupada wrote a letter to Satadari Devidasi on the 7th of July 1974. Yes, a Shiksha Guru is anyone who can give spiritual advancement. You take instruction from my books, and if you are unable to understand any portion of the books, then you can get it explained by any senior devotee, whether Madhukanta or anyone else. Any senior devotee can be an instructor in spiritual subject matters. If you like to take instructions from Madhukanta, there is no harm. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vrindai Tulasi Devyai Priyai Shavasya cha Vishnu Bhakti Prada Devi Satavata Namo Namaha. Vrindai Tulasi Devyai Priyai Shavasya cha Vishnu Bhakti Prada Devi Satavata Namo Namaha. Vrindai Tulasi Devyai Priyai Shavasya cha Vishnu Bhakti Prada Devi Satavata Namo Namaha. Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki.
Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Preyasi 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 Namo Namaha Radha Krishna Seva Pavo Abhilashi देवी सत्यवत्याय नमो नमः वृंदाय तुलसी देव्याय प्रियाय केशवश्च कृष्ण भक्ति पद देवी सत्यवत्याय नमो नमः
Now, let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desire trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Vanchakalpatarubhishcha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha anantakoti vaishnavindaki trinadapi sunichena tarorapi sahishnuna One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct the faithless person about the glories of the holy names. 10. Do not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments, even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prema, Shri Harina Prabhu Ki.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Govinda Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Bando Mui Sarvadana Mate Bando Mui Sarvadana Mate Jahara prasade bahai e bhavatoriya jai. 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 Krishna prapti hoy jai hoy te. Krishna prapti hoy Krishna prapti hoya hoite. Krishna prapti hoya hoite. Guru mukta padma vakya chitet koriya kya. Guru mukta padma vakya chitet koriya kya. Guru mukta padma vakya chitet koriya kya. Anna kori ho mane asha. Arna kori ho mane asha. Arna kori ho mane asha. Shri Guru Charane Rati Esse Uttama Gati. Shri Guru Charane Rati Esse Uttama Gati. Shri Guru Charane Rati Esse Uttama Gati. Je prasade pure sarva Asha Je prasade pure sarva Asha Chaknu dandani loje jamne jamne prabhu se Chaknu dandani loje jamne jamne prabhu se Divyagan hide prokashito Divyagan hide prakashito Ema bhakti jaha hoite avidya vinashayate Ema bhakti jaha hoite avidya vinashayate Vedegai jahara charito Vedegai jahara charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Abhama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Abhama Janara Bandhu Lokana Lokera Jivana Lokana Lokera Jivana Aha Prabhu Kuru Duya Deho More Padachaya Aha Prabhu Kuru Duya Deho More Padachaya Aha Prabhu Kuru Duya Deho More Padachaya Deho More Padachaya Ebe Asha Gushu Tribhuvana Ebe Asha Gushu Tribhuvana Aha Prabhu Kuru Duya Dehu More Padachaya Aha Prabhu Kuru Duya Dehu More Padachaya Ebe Asha Gushu Tribhuvana Ebe Asha Gushu Tribhuvana Srila Prabhupada Bhaktita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Bhaktita Pavana Jayo Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Nama Om
Amen.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Gauranga, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jai Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jayo Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman, Jayo Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman. Jayo Goranitai, 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 Jayo Goranitai. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jayo Jayo Prabhupada. Bihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari
Giridvaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Gaura Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol, Jai Vishnupad, Paramahamsa, Parvicharya, Ashtata Sri Srimad, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupad, Paramahamsa Parvicharya, Ashtata Sri Srimad, His Divine Grace, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Shila Prabhupada ki Jai, Ananda Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki Jai, Iskan Guru Vrinda ki Jai, Namacharya Shila Haridasa Thakur ki Jai, Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai, Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Jai, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki Jai, Shri Shri Gonitai Bhagwan ki Jai, Nitai Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. Glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to Shri Shri Guru and Guranga Om Vishnu Padai Krishna Pastar Bukle. Srimate Bhakti Charo Swami. Haribol. So today, Prabhu, is the second day of the leading up to Ram Navami. So we've got another auspicious verse. And this verse is from the 9th canto, 10th chapter, the 52nd verse. Of course, it doesn't have a purport. So we'll go on to the following verse as well. this ninth chapter, 10th chapter, 9th canto, is the pastimes of Lord Ramchandra. Vanani nadyo girayo Varsani dvipa sindhavaha Sarve kama duga sashan Prajanam bharato shubha Vanani nadyo girayo Varshani dvipa sindhavaha Sarve kama duga ashwan Prajanam bharato shabo Vanani nadyo girayo Varshani dvipa sindhavaha Sarve kama duga asham Prajanam bharato shavaha Shri Radha Goklananda ki jai, Sri Sitarama Lakshman Hanuman ki jai. Mataji's, thank you. Vanani, the forest. Nadyaha, the rivers. Girayaha, the hills and mountains. Varshani, various parts of the states or divisions on the surface of the earth. Dvipa, islands. Sindhavaha, the oceans and the seas. Sarve, all of them. Kamaduggaha, full of their respective opulences. Asan, existed like that. Prajanam, of all the living beings. Bharata, Rushabhaha, O Maharaj Pariksit, best of the Bharata dynasty. Translation: O Maharaj Pariksit, best of the Bharata dynasty, during the reign of Lord Ramchandra, the forests, the rivers, the hills and mountains, the states, the 7 islands and the 7 seas were all favorable in supplying the necessities of life for all living beings. And then 53. Nadi vyadi jara glani dukha shoka bhaya klamaha mrityuschani chatam nasid rame rajanye adokshaje. The translation of that verse 53 and the purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. When Lord Ramchandra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was the king of this world, all bodily and mental suffering, disease, old age, bereavement, lamentation, distress, fear and fatigue were completely absent. There was even no death for those who did not want it. Wow. The purport. All these facilities existed because of Lord Ramchandra's presence as the king of the entire world. A similar situation could be introduced immediately. Even in this age called Kali, the worst of all ages, it is said, Kali Kaleo Nama Rupe Krishna Avatara. Krishna descends in this Kali Yuga in the form of his holy name. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. If we chant offenselessly, Rama and Krishna are still present in this age. The kingdom of Lord Ram was immensely popular and beneficial. And the spreading of this Hare Krishna movement can immediately introduce a similar situation even in this Kali Yuga. Wow. The verse once again, the translation of 52. O Maharaj Pariksit, kindly repeat. Best of the Bharata dynasty. During the reign of Lord Ramchandra, the forests, the rivers, the hills and mountains, the states, the 7 islands, and the 7 seas were all favorable in supplying the necessities of life for all living beings. Jnanatimidandasya Jnananjana Shilakaya Chakshuran Militam Yaina Tasmai Shri Guruvei Namaha Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastarya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Nitinamine Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastarya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschastari Satarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vanchakalpatrubhascha Kripa Sindhu Bhayevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Dear Prabhus, I seek your blessings and mercy. For if you bless me, then we'll say something useful this morning. Thank you. Yes, the qualities are what we're contemplating upon. Lord Ram's qualities and how we can emulate them. Of course, Lord Ram is indeed the Maryada Purushottama. Maryada is always identified as Maryada. Maryada is such an important word, I suppose, when it comes to Lord Ram, because the meaning of Maryada has several layers, the meaning itself. But loosely, it's translated to propriety of conduct or etiquette. Bhakti Charu Maharaj gives a whole series of lectures way back in 1995, I think it was, and he's concentrating on etiquette, and when it came to Maryada, he gave a very interesting and useful explanation. And of course, Purushottam means it's addressing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So it's very befitting for the avatar of Lord Ramchandra being addressed as Maryada Purushottam. And of course, there are many, many qualities. Qualities are unlimited, and every quality which is of auspiciousness and of relevance, the Lord would naturally possess, as it were. And so I just, yesterday our Navadvip Chandra Prabhu gave a very informative class, and it concentrated on envy. And so I just listed 10 qualities which kind of came to my mind within half a minute. And in essence, not just the qualities which the Lord has, but because of his associates, because, even in Gujarati we say, Jevo Sang Evo Rang, which means the association you keep is the association which you develop. So the associates of Lord Ramchandra would have the very same qualities. And so the first one that came to mind is loyalty. Because when we receive these texts and from the School of Bhakti, that will you give class? And of course, I jump at the opportunity. And so the word loyalty was there, and then being a friend to everyone, and all these qualities. So loyalty, so the first person who came to my mind was Bibhishan. And Bibhishan is so exceptionally loyal, completely opposite to his brother. And he is so down to earth. Of course, Ravan is floating in the sky. He's never down to earth. But Bibhishan is so very loyal to the Supreme Lord. So he came to mind. And another quality is dignity, to be dignified. And the personality who came to mind, of course, Lord Ramchandra is there. He's, loyal to everyone and is dignified, but dignified in the sense Bharat Maharaj came to mind immediately. For he's always dignified and a gentleman. He'd never take anyone else's property, as it were. And hence he felt very uncomfortable when, he was given the throne. And another one is compassion. Compassion, we talk about it a lot. And the personality who came to mind was none other than Sita Devi. Sita Devi is so exceptionally compassionate. If you were to look at the Ramayana and how the pastime progresses, the Itihash progresses, and on numerous occasions, wherever Sita Devi is involved, there is an acute level of compassion within her, for she is the Supreme Mother. Another one is mercy. Mercy, and as soon as I thought about who, it was Kaushalya for me. Kaushalya is the mother of the Lord. And even though Kaikeyi did what she did, Kaushalya was very merciful to her. It was as if it was ordained. And after the Lord was vanquished and he left and all of that commotion, and Kaushalya said to Kaikeyi, look, don't worry. It wasn't really you. You had ill thoughts because of the association you kept with mantra. So don't worry about it. And so she was very merciful, because another mother would have chastised her and even cursed her, that how can you send my son for 14 years in the forest? So mercy, when that was there, I thought of Kaushalya, the mother. Tolerance and humility, two qualities which we go on and on about, don't we? In anything and everything. And the person who came to mind was Hanuman. Hanuman, he's a witty fellow, but he's tolerant as well. He tolerates all sorts of things and he's humble. When it comes to the worship of Lord Ramchandra and Sita, he's so very humble. So he came to mind. Then another one I thought of was religiosity. Who's dharmic in the Ramayana? Who came to mind? And who came to mind for me was Lakshman. Lakshman is very, religious in that way. He's duty bound, and he won't do anything that, Lord Ram won't want him to do. Of course, he did mention to Lord Ram that next time we appear in the next avatar, I want to be older so that I can give the orders. So he did mention that. But when it comes to religiosity, he came immediately to mind. And then, of course, to see good in all. Who sees good in everyone? And of course, to me, it was in one sense Lord Ram being that Maryada Purusha. He'll see good in all. Even, the Dobiwala who said what he did after 11,000 years of rule by Lord Ramchandra. This Dobiwala, the laundryman, said what he did about Sita Devi after such a long time. And Lord Ram saw the good in that and did what he did. Another quality is determination. So very determined. And I'm thinking, who in the Ramayana is so very determined? And Ravan came to mind. Ravan was so exceptionally determined to defeat Lord Ramchandra. Even to the extent that he went to the celestial realms and he met his ancestor Bali Raja. And he said to Bali Raja, look, I've got a pretty big battle turning up. I need your blessings to defeat this person. He has to be defeated. You are my ancestor. So without your blessings, I cannot defeat. So of course, what Bali did, Bali Raja, because he's Mahajan, he took him to a mountain. Some of you may know this particular pastime. He took him to a mountain which was pure gold. And he said to Ravan, so you're very powerful. Why don't you lift this mountain? If you lift this mountain, you will defeat Ramchandra. Have no fear. So Ravan thought, okay, it's only a flipping mountain, I can lift it. He went close to there and he attempted to lift the ruddy thing. And he tried so very hard, but he could not lift. It was a bit like, the bow of Lord Shiva at the Swayamvar of Sita. It couldn't be lifted. This mountain was probably not as heavy, but it was heavy enough. And so he turns to, Bali Raja and he says to Bali, I can't do this. Can't you just bless me anyway? Bali Raja, he said, well, look, if you cannot lift this mountain, you can't defeat Lord Ramchandra. For Lord Ramchandra is none other than Vishnu, and it was this Lord Vishnu who smacked you in the chin when you were in the sky and your earring dropped in a previous birth and it landed here. And that earring is this mountain. So in this incarnation of yours, if you cannot lift this earring of yours, how will you defeat the Lord Vishnu as Ramchandra? So of course, one would have thought that that would deter Ravan. But he was still determined, continuously, just plodding along, thinking that he's going to be victorious, for that was ordained. So determination. And then another one is dedication. And I thought, who's dedicated? And sheer dedication was that of the Pushpaka Viman, a living entity. A UFO, a transcendental UFO. I kid you not. He's like, Doctor Who's TARDIS. But so very dedicated to the service of the proprietor. anyone who would be within the Pushpaka, he was fully dedicated to, subservient to. So when it came to dedication, it reminded me of the Pushpaka Viman. And of course, we could go on and on with all these qualities, Prabhus. But these were the 10 qualities which came to my mind. And each of these qualities were very much manifested in the Ramayana itself, in all the pastimes, and several pastimes come to mind. And we just mentioned about the Pushpak Viman was actually the ultimate, or is the ultimate war machine in the universe. There is no UFO which is more equipped, no battleship which is more equipped than this personality, for it is a personality. And the rightful owner of that Viman, of that the vessel, is none other than Kubera. Kubera is the treasurer, and he needs that kind of equipment because he has to be protected. And Ravan had the audacity to enter the city of Kubera, which is Alkapuri. Alka means the most opulent area. Alkapuri, Puri means like, a place, an abode. So this is the most opulent abode, and it has to be because, he's the treasurer. Of course, when you go upstairs to our treasury, and that's where Rishikesh Prabhu and a few other devotees sit, it's not particularly opulent. It does need a facelift. I keep saying to Rishikesh Prabhu, look, you need to decorate the room. Of course, you go to Alkapuri, it's a very, very opulent place. And so Ravan had the ability and the audacity to enter and get into the Pushpaka, get into the cockpit of the Pushpaka. Now, Pushpaka, once you've entered, you have to link your mind with the spacecraft. It's like it's only operational and movable via the mind. It travels with the speed of mind, not the speed of sound, speed of light. Speed of mind is far more superior. For as soon as you think of something, the place to be, the Pushpaka will take you there immediately. So you just have to think. And so Ravana forcibly entered there, controlled the mind of the Pushpaka, and simply took it away. And because of that ultimate war machine, naturally, he was undefeated. No one could defeat him. And when Lord Ramchandra finally did what he did, and he pierced the heart of Ravana, Ravana collapsed, and the Pushpaka Viman, after the annihilation of Ravan, naturally the Pushpaka was given to Bibhishan, because Bibhishan was the rightful heir. And Bibhishan, being so very loyal in that way, gave an offering to Lord Ramchandra that this is for you. I have no use of the Pushpaka. Please take. And of course, Lord Ram, after rescuing Sita Devi, turns to Sita and said, should we travel in this? And she said, yes, I think so. And we'll go to Ayodhya in the Pushpaka, because there's no need to walk or fly. And the Pushpaka, they entered with whoever were there on the battlefield and in Lanka. And of course, Mother Sita, being so very compassionate to all the living entities, mentions to Lord Ram that let's take our time, because the Pushpaka could immediately just transport anyone anywhere. And she said, look, let's take a couple of weeks out. We haven't been together for a long time. So let's take a couple of weeks out, and it will take 2 weeks for us to get to Ayodhya. And so immediately Lord Ram summons Hanuman, and he says to Hanuman, look, you go to Ayodhya and you alert Bharat. Bharat is situated in Nandigram. Nandigram is approximately 2 kilometers, 2,000 meters away from the suburbs of Ayodhya. It's like, there's like a force field of a particular kind. Like, we have the M25 going round, and that's like protecting London. So, Ayodhya, just outside of Ayodhya is Nandagram, and that's where Bharat Maharaj is situated, and he's been there from that little hermitage of his, from that little cottage. He is ruling the entire planet in such a renounced and austere manner. And he's so good at it that he multiplies the treasury of the empire 14 times. And that's how wealthy it becomes due to his rule. And so Lord Ramchandra is fully aware of this. And so he instructs Hanuman that you immediately go there and mention to Bharat that I am arriving, and I shall arrive in 2 weeks, and he should have everything ready for the coronation. And incidentally, disguise yourself, because if you go there like you are, you'll give them a shock. And, they'll think you're some demigod. So, of course, he's disguised, and he transforms himself into a Brahmana. And if you can imagine Lord Hanuman as a Brahmana, he immediately flies off and goes straight to Nandagram and mentions to Bharat Maharaj that your Lord is arriving. So without any hesitation, Bharat was so very, very excited. He just drops everything. And he goes straight into the city center. And first thing he does is organizes a motorway, a highway, like the yellow brick road. But this brick is pure gold. And he does a special highway. He cleans up everything. All the houses are painted and washed. And along this highway, on either side, are all the residential palaces of the rest of the Ayodhya Basis, the residents of Ayodhya. Very, very opulent. And along that highway, and then he's just expecting the Pushpaka. After the 2 weeks, during that time, the Pushpaka is traveling slowly up north. And the first place where it stops, where the Pushpaka stops, is Kishkinda. Because Sita Devi wanted all the children of the Varanas, all the baby monkeys, all the wives of the Varanas to attend the coronation. Because she felt so indebted. She felt that if it wasn't for the Varna empire, the Varna army, Lord Ram would not have been so successful. So she was so insistent that anywhere the Pushpaka, hovered, everyone would come up into this, spacecraft. And by the end of it, it was like, billions and billions of personalities, everyone just coming up. And this, transcendental TARDIS shifting in shape and form and size to accommodate everyone. So many people coming up. It was like the entire planet, all the population, having a whale of a time, having a party in the Viman. So by the time the Pushpaka comes to Nandagram, Bharat Maharaj, with all the elders and all the inhabitants of Ayodhya, are waiting eagerly for the arrival of the Lord. And at one point, Bharat Maharaj was very impatient. And he turns to Hanuman and he says to Hanuman, "Hey monkey, I'm getting really impatient. Where is my Lord?" So at that time, Hanuman thought, okay, this guy knows who I am. So from his Brahmana disguise, he became his normal self. And then he said, my Lord Ramchandra appears thus. And he pointed, and at a distance, there was some dust accumulating because the Viman had landed. And as it landed, then there was quite a lot of commotion, and then slowly it came down the yellow brick road. I call it the yellow brick road. And as the Viman came right into the city center, everyone got into their positions. And the Vimans, the various entrances and exits, there were so many, and as each one opened up, billions upon billions of personalities came out. Everyone came out. And Bharat is thinking, shouldn't it be Lord Ram coming out first? Shouldn't it be Lakshman and Sita? And all these people are coming out. All these monkeys are coming out. All these babies, and they're causing havoc in the city. And the Lord still wouldn't come out because he's just letting everyone come out. And then Bharat turns to Hanuman and he says, look, what the heck's going on? Where is my Lord? I've got this arti paraphernalia. I'm about to worship my Lord. So Hanuman says, well, it seems like we're going to have to go on board. So they went on board. And all the elders remained. And they go on board, and they get into the central area, as it were. It's like, the Starship Enterprise, where you get the control room, as it were. And they're getting in there, and there was Lord Ramchandra. Bharat was truly elated. He paid his full Dandava pranams, gave the arti paraphernalia to Hanuman, and he began with prayers. Lord Ramchandra was so very, very moved at seeing his brother, and they embraced. And Bharat then performed arti. Then they escorted out of the Viman. Once they're out, the Pushpaka changes the entire form, as it were, and then shrunk. And of course, then the ladies of the elders, the elderly ladies, the queens, Sumitra, Kaikai, Kaushalya, they run to Mother Sita. They carry her. Kaikaya is so emotional when she sees Sita, because Sita Devi is her attire, Jai Shri Shri Radha Goklananda ki Jai, Sita Rama Lakshman Hanuman ki Jai. Sita Devi's attire is of bark, forestry. She has matted hair. So if you can imagine our Sita Devi having that attire, a forestry attire. So immediately the queens carried her and took her straight into the inner chambers and bathed her personally and attired her appropriately for the coronation. And similarly, the elderly men, as it were, rushed to Lord Ramchandra, rushed to Lakshman, and did the same. And the preparations were so elaborate for the coronation. The coronation was a big affair. So this was, how the Lord returns and enters Ayodhya, a truly unique entrance, as it were. Of course, another personality who we don't kind of dwell upon, who entered Ayodhya, who was traveling, is Gop Kumar. Some of you may have come across the Sri Brihat Bhagavatamrita, which in essence is the conclusion of the Srimad Bhagavatam. In 2,516 verses, Sanatana Goswami concludes and gives the Siddhant of the Bhagavad Puran. And it was quite an interesting description given of when Gop Kumar enters Ayodhya. of course, he's just left Vaikuntha. And the journey which he goes through is quite unique. I don't have the time to go through the details, but as he enters Ayodhya, within the Vaikuntha sky, because you see the Vaikuntha sky there, these paintings have been refurbished once again. We're very conscious about these paintings, Prabhus, because they're very delicate, especially the Panchatattva there. This Panchatattva is absolutely unique. It is the original of all originals. So do protect it. And I've said it in public, which I shouldn't have. But it's very, very dear to us. So anyway, this painting here, the Vaikuntha sky is there. Gopkumar would have entered the nearest Vaikuntha planet, and then he would enter once leaving Vaikuntha and Lord Narayan, because when he serves Lord Narayan in awe and reverence, because that's what you do in Vaikuntha, Lord Narayan realized that this guy's not quite fitting in. He doesn't fit here. He's somewhat fish out of water. So then he says, well, why don't you go beyond? Why don't you go to Ayodhya? So he goes to Ayodhya. And of course, in Ayodhya, as soon as he enters, he's welcomed by all these monkeys and the children of the monkeys as well. He's thinking, am I really in Vaikuntha? What are these monkeys doing here? But of course, the bodies of these monkeys and the children were very, very attractive for some reason. They're very, very attractive. And I'm thinking to myself, how can monkeys be attractive? But they were not ordinary monkeys. And then, of course, once he enters and he's escorted to where Bharat is situated and seated, Satrugna is seated there. And as soon as Gopkumar takes darshan of Bharat Maharaj, he thinks this is Lord Ram. And he begins prayers. Bharat just covers his ears. I'm not the person. I'm not the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For I'm his brother. So he kind of covers his, stop your prayers. It's not meant for me. And then he instructs Hanuman, can you just take him to Lord Ramchandra? So Hanuman then escorts him to where Lord Ramchandra is situated. And when Gopkumar takes darshan of Lord Ramchandra, he is totally and utterly elated. And he begins his prayers. And such was his entrance. And Lord Ramchandra immediately says, look, there's no need for prayers, for this is the humility of the Lord. But that's the magnanimous Maryada persona of the Lord. And he says, you must be tired from your journey from Vaikuntha to Ayodhya. Take some rest. And then we'll discuss further. So he allows him to take rest. And of course, he then gets into the service of Lord Ramchandra. Lord Ramchandra eventually sees and understands that this guy doesn't belong here. And then he says to him, you go to Dwarka. For Dwarka is where you may belong. And so then he makes that journey again, and he is then escorted to Dwarka by Jambavan. Jambavan is the bear. And, with you, you've got the monkeys of Sugriv. Sugriv, incidentally, is the avatar of Surya Narayan, Lord Sun, the sun god. And Bali is the avatar of Lord Indra. So these, Varanas are indeed demigods. And it was Lord Vishnu who had made that arrangement because, all the demigods came to see him and they said to him, look, you've got to do something about this Ravan. He's causing havoc. Just like Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha, and they're all the same. Now Ravan's turned up. So you've got to do something. So then Lord Vishnu said, okay, well, so, what I'll do is I'll go in the form of Lord Ram, and I think it's about time that all of you become Varanas. Varanas? Now Kiskindha, the realm of the Varanas is a celestial realm. Even though situated on this planet, it's like a porthole, like one of those universal holes. What are they called? Portholes. And you enter it, and you enter a different realm. And so in the south of India was where Kiskinda was, and you enter there, and you're transformed into a celestial realm, because all the demigods are there. The demigods are not going to live in a simple manner on this earthly plane. They want to naturally have a good time and make sure that they have an opulent place to stay in. So therefore, if all the Varanas were demigods, then Kiskinda is also a celestial realm. So immediately then, Lord Vishnu makes that arrangement, and so the demigods follow him, all the principal demigods. And of course, what comes to mind is Angada. Angada is one of the very powerful Varana. And he's the biological son of Sugriva, but raised by Bali. Bali raised him. And Tara is the mother of Angada. And Tara was taken by Bali because, if you all remember, Sugriva was vanquished. Sugriva could no longer be there. And it's Lord Indra does these things. So Bali takes Tara, and he also brings up Angad. And Angad is quite unique because he's so very powerful. Within the battle, he annihilated so many asuras. Unbelievable. And it was interesting because in Kshatriya conduct, when you want to duel, if you're Kshatriyas, Prabhus, and you want to fight another Kshatriya and you want to duel, in the old age, in the bygone ages, even in England, if you want a duel, and you would have to seek the permission of the person you want to fight, but his son. And this was the custom. So if I want to, fight someone, I have to seek the permission of that person's son. That can I combat? So Lord Ramchandra seeks the permission of Angada, that I'd want to, in duel, fight Bali. Do I have your permission? And of course, Angada immediately agreed, because Angada knew that his biological father was Sugriva, and that he was vanquished, and he's thinking, okay, if Bali is removed, then Sugriva will come back. So immediately he agreed. So hence Lord Ramchandra, has that battle and does away with Bali. But in Krishna Leela, Angada has a very unique position. Very quickly, my time is running, but he has such a unique position because he is the cause, because Lord Ramchandra mentions to Angad that because you have given me planning permission to do what I need to do with the duel, in your next avatar, in our next incarnation, you will be the cause of my disappearance. And of course, the next avatar coming is none other than Krishna Chandra. So when the Lord, after 125 years, decides to leave, what happens is Jara the hunter, shoots that arrow. We won't go into much detail, but that arrow then penetrates the right Achilles of the Lord, and that seemingly is the reason why the Lord left. But who is that hunter, Jara? That's Angada in Krishna Leela. And so when Angada or Jara shoots that arrow, of course, Jara, the hunter, thought that the dangling Achilles of the Supreme Lord is the ear of a deer. He didn't realize that this is Krishna himself. Otherwise, he would never have done what he did. But he's thinking that this is an ear of a deer. It's moving, so he shoots that arrow. And when it hits the target, he rushes there, and then he realizes that this is the Lord himself, and he is in absolute shock. And he addresses the Lord that, why have you, chosen me to do this act? Yes, I'm a hunter, but I'm also fully conscious of who you are. You're the supreme person. And you have done this. This means I'm going to go to hell for eternity. And of course, the Lord says, look, have no fear. This was ordained. This is the will of providence. It is my will. For in your previous existence, you were Angad. And you allowed me to have a duel with your father. And as a result of which, I have allowed you to wind up my pastimes here on the earthly plane. So these were, various personalities who have appeared in taking the association of the Lord, and they were all headed by Vali, the Varanas, and the expansion of Indra is indeed Sugriv. Sugriv is Suryanarayan, Vali is Indra, and fearful in appearance. They are fearful in appearance, and their activity, the Varana's activities, are they're completely like acrobatics on all these mountain peaks, because they're so huge, and they're just simply flying from one mountain peak to the next. When they came together, they appeared like masses of clouds moving about on the surface of the earth. And so we end with this quality of total surrender. The Varna army were completely surrendered onto the Supreme Lord Ramchandra. Lord Ramchandra Bhagwan ki jai. Thank you, Prabhus. I went on and on a bit, but I shall stop here. It is 8:30, and if there's any comments, corrections or comments, gladly accepted. Questions, we'll have Taruna Prabhu answer the questions. Anything at all for today is the second day. I'm not sure who's giving class tomorrow. Thank you. You're all captivated by the narration, I take it. Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, it's more in the regard of King Dasharath. When I was reading some excerpts from Ramayana, it said that what's the name? Parashuram, when he was going around killing all Kshatriyas so many times, he said that he came to Ayodhya also for about 150 times something, to destroy Dasharath as well. He wanted to kill him also, but Dasharath took precaution, and because what Parashurama said, wherever there is either Kshatriya flees or is engaged in ceremony of wedding, I'll not kill him. Therefore, Dasharath was marrying so many times, just in that time when he was informed that Parashurama is coming. It's an interesting thing that Parashuram, incarnation, and Dasharath, so qualified king, he was not one of those Kshatriyas who were supposed to be killed. Somehow he wanted to kill him also. Do you heard about it? Do you have any comments and thoughts, or anyone else?
Well, Parshuram, he annihilated 21 generations of Kshatriya.
Yeah, all of them, but not just Dasharath was so qualified, not just like those demoniac Kshatriya also, whatever. He wanted to kill him also. It's interesting. He was full of all best qualities that even demigods could be envious of his good qualities, but still Parashurama wanted to kill him also. It's interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, Parshuram is a fiery personality.
I think he was totally, maybe you can say, blind by rage or something.
Antaranga has just mentioned Parshuram wanted to kill Lord Ramchandra as well.
What? Really?
There was occasion there. Of course, Dasharath, the will of the Lord was that Dashrath would pass away in separation of the Lord. And when he did pass away, Dashrath, none of his sons were around to do the kriya, the funeral, because it's the putra who does the funeral. And so they preserved Dashrath Raja's body in a tank of oil for 9 months until Bharat came back and the funeral was then done. But they preserved the body. But yes, Parshuram was indeed a personality who was quite fiery, and he exists throughout all the ages, as it were. And his little is said about him, I suppose, because everyone is so fearful of him.
What good would be that he kills good or bad? Everybody is like, it's just kind of very confusing.
Well,
he's so qualified.
He's probably he's avatar of Lord Shiva as well, half, and so that anger is within him. If you upset him at all in any which way, whether you're an asura or a sura, he'll do you in. Thank you. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Lord Ramchandra Bhagwan ki jai, Sita Maharani ki jai. Thank you.
Mm.